All right, I believe we are ready to start. Let's go ahead and get the playlist going. Make sure it's turned down low so that people can still hear me. Let me turn my volume down low. I need to still be able to hear the TTS, but yeah. Welcome in, Speedwagon. Hope you're doing well. And in response to your question, Ailery Duke, I'm doing pretty good today. I ran almost 2 miles, probably a mile and a half, and then walked the rest of the way. And I had a good breakfast, and I slept well. Uh-huh. Is spooky times, is spooky month, is October, so we have lots of scares going on. Indeed, there might be some surprises and jump scares going on, so be sure to keep your eye out. So it looks like first on the list we have Bowser Ball. Let me get the timer started and go ahead and work on that. But yes, you are absolutely right. Next week on Friday is Halloween, so that means I will be streaming on Halloween. Very excited for it. I might also try to hit up a haunted house. We'll see. I completely forgot the eyes on this. I'm going to see if I can freehand them on the line layer, which is normally a very bad idea. We're going to try. Let me get this over here so I can make sure that I have the timer going at all times. Let's see. We're using the wrong brush tool. Let's switch to the dynamic brush tool, which makes it much easier to do smooth lines. Welcome in, Video Game Andrew. Good to see ya. Good to see ya. So, have you been doing well with your League of Legends card games that you've been playing? Yes, y'all have to tell me your Halloween plans. I would love to hear them. Let's see. Still making noise. It's just very quiet. I completely forgot about changing the amount of slots, but honestly, it's probably fine. Oh, I know why I keep getting notifications, right? Suppress that here, suppress that mesh, and suppress highlights. It doesn't matter. It's not like I have desktop audio going through, so y'all can't hear them. And we have puppy kisses from Andrew. Hope that didn't startle anyone. I hope it startled people. We're having lots of spooking and startling here. definitely need to make more jump scare requests next year, but right now I am trying to finish my art challenge. Okay, this was bad. This was a bad idea. I'm gonna have to sketch these in. Yep, for sure. No two ways about it. Let me go to my foreground sketches and make a new layer on that. Okay, and it's important that I have both eyes in view when I try to sketch this in. Because the human brain is very sensitive to anything wrong with eyes, so I need to see both of them at the same time, and my subconscious will tell me if anything is wrong. Uh-huh. And we got puppy kisses from Plushy Draco. Welcome in, Plushy Draco. I hope you're having a good day. Plush Draco has been supporting us for literal years, so be sure to check them out. Let me finish typing this. This is very close to where it needs to be. So we're going to tilt it slightly this way and rotate it slightly. And we have a hydrate. Let me grab my water bottle. Let's give it a little shake. And let's get a drink. Okay, so 57% of people said that they are boring. We have 29% who are going trick-or-treating, of course. That's good to hear. And 1 are doing horror movies. Yeah, I'm probably going to do horror movies as well, but I'm also going to be doing my Halloween stream. Aha. Oh, that sounds awesome, Andrew. There's a local one that's put on by like the local high school or something, and I'm probably going to do that one again this year. There was this cornfield filled with clowns nearby, but I don't think I have time to hit that one. I just have so much on my schedule. I have to get 2 more drawings before Halloween, and I have to edit all of them into a singular video. Gosh dang it. Why is this not working? Am I seriously going to spend this entire time on the eyes? Here, I'm going to give you some more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I am not warmed up. See, that's the trouble with early birds is, that's the trouble with getting the early bird is that I am not warmed up when I first start out, so might be working a little slow. Having a bit of trouble, but that's all right. That's all right. Alright, that's probably good enough. Let's zoom out. Really? It's not. That might do the trick. I think so. Let me go ahead and update the subscription slots real quick, because I think there were a couple while I was working. Okay, so I believe we got a subscription slot from... And Plush Draco resubscribed. Yes, everyone be sure to check out Plush Draco. I don't know why I'm not hearing things in the TTS, and it's like way behind right now. Thank you so much. Uh-huh. Oh yeah, I love carving pumpkins. I don't think I'm doing it this year, though. I used to have pumpkin carving parties at my place, but that's not happening this time. I don't know why the TTS is pausing so long in between reading messages. It's like, I'm not talking right now. Come on, it's time to catch up. You don't have all day. I can't just have a bunch of dead air, because, like, that's the thing. Y'all can't even hear the TTS. I'm the one who has to listen to it so I can respond to things. Okay, I think that's about right. Let me see how Disney does their eyes. That's how I thought Disney does their eyes. Oh, that's cool to hear, Ailery Duke, that you're thinking of watching a horror movie. What horror movie do you have in mind? That's cool, that's cool. Yeah, I'm hoping to show my family A Haunting in Venice. Yeah, because we already watched Murder on the Orient Express. We still have to watch Death on the Nile before Halloween. And I'm hoping for Halloween itself we can watch A Haunting in Venice. That reminds me, apparently there was no audio when the Puppy Kisses Redeem went off, so I'm gonna have to double check what could be going wrong with that. Okay, so I'm hearing them on my end. Let me double check that these have monitor and output on them. Advanced audio properties. Nash Scream has monitor only. Mute output. That's interesting. Why? Why does it have that? Let's check the yowl. The yowl has monitor and output as well. I should be able to hear them now. Yeah, the haunted house. There's a local one. Sorry, like I mentioned, the TTS is really far behind. I'm trying to keep my eyes on the work I'm doing and let the TTS tell me what everyone's saying. It is not going great. I'm seriously still working on these eyes right now. It has been like 15 minutes. Oh, I am seriously struggling today, y'all. Hear me out. What if I rotate this one? But yeah, they're really great mystery movies. They have this really cool character called Hercule Poirot. And like, he is really cool and clever and has a mega mustache. What the heck? Okay, how has it been like 15 minutes and I still can't get these dang eyes to work? We're gonna run an ad real quick. Oh, work correctly, please. Sounds good, sounds good. Sure, sure. No, why are you doing that? You should do something for Halloween. It's super important and mega fun. And heckin' spooky. Yes, most importantly is heckin' spooky. What? Not sure what you're talking about there. I'm beginning to think I should put the, TTS on output as well, but that's probably fine. It'd be nice if it would just catch up already and I was actually responding on time to people's comments. There, that should probably do the trick. Well, carving pumpkins is fun. Honestly, I like that more anyway. I haven't trick-or-treated for a long time, you know. Like, eventually you get old for it and you just look creepy, but in a bad way, going to like a children's event and like begging other adults for candy. So, like, yeah, can't do that. But I do take my time, like, on Halloween to at least go through a walk through the neighborhood and at least look at everyone's Halloween decorations. There's some pretty cool ones in this neighborhood. We have this one family that has like these big 3 foot tall Chucky dolls and Tiffany, Chucky and Tiffany, and they have their kid in the middle. What the heck is going on? Like, no matter how high I turn the pause threshold up, it's still activating over every little noise. What the heck's going on? Okay, I'm gonna X out of my speaker bot and restart it. Because that would explain why it's taking like 80 bazillion years to read the TTS. Like, seriously, it read one from like 3 minutes ago just now. Like, I'm way behind on the conversation. This is driving me crazy. No worries, huge Bowser ball. Oh wow, and it deleted the entire queue from that, meaning I have to go back and read them manually. Okay. Fantastic. Let me see if the voice gate's working. It's not. Uh, Good morning, Cyberdragon. Bit higher than 5%. Let's go 10%. When I get a little mumbly, it's still good. The resume threshold is at 5. It can be at 10 probably. I mean, we have 4 seconds for the resume timeout, so that's probably good. Lol, that's funny. All right, let's scroll up and try to catch up with the chat because okay, so the threshold was set at a point where like just tapping caused it to go off. And you know, I'm using the stylus constantly, so that was tapping, and I'm using key buttons constantly, and that was tapping. And that was causing the voice gate to basically be on constantly. So I was hearing one message every like minute or so, and people were typing like every couple seconds. And we got puppy kisses. So let's scroll way up here. Okay, that's really... So it sounds like Plush Draco got donuts for their coworkers. That was very nice of you, Plush Draco. Yeah, you do the little cross thing to try to figure out where they should be pointing. Yeah, I don't know why I'm having such trouble today. I did like plenty of art yesterday. I shouldn't be that out of practice. I should make a jump scare request for next October after my current request. That sounds like a good idea, Hilary Duke. Although it's going to be a long time before next October. I'm pretty sure you could get 1, 2, or even 3 requests done by then, depending on what you pick. It's fun to just copy paste. I'm working on Halloween. That's unfortunate. I know Bam streams horror movies on stream sometimes. I also bought graphing paper pad for doodles. Ooh, that sounds fun. What I like to get is isometric graph paper. That stuff is fun to doodle on. Why do clowns love corn so much? That is a good question. Probably because it's just a very spooky form of agriculture and a great place to hide. And we got a kitty princess. Heck yeah. Because they're a popping sensation. Explode. That's very clever. A plushie and Ari. 8-ball. Am I a popping sensation? For sure. So we don't have a Misa command, but we do have a Misa redeem. You go into the pink nose button beneath the chat and you click on meow. And that does the Misamo-chan redeem. A piece you got has turned you into a Salazzle? I might have seen that one. Yeah. The Salazzle is pretty cool. Yeah, no, I've been trying to catch up with, or trying to find more artists who do art requests, and I saw one who was doing a bunch of Salazzle transformations, so that might have been you. Did like New Year's? I'll look at the New Year's when it's your turn, Andrew, and we can show the stream. Andrew, are you saying you did art? We would love to see that. Be sure it follows the rules, though. As well, it'll probably be finished before Ween 26. Server, hi, it's me, TTS. I'm sorry for being slow today. Yeah, apparently. The Wolfman. Okay, so like the original 1930s Wolfman or the recent remake? Because I don't know, I've been meaning to watch the recent Wolfman remake. Audio's echoing? Hey, is my audio echoing for anyone besides Coco? Because I know Misa was saying that the audio was echoing. Oh, that reminds me, I watched most of TCM movies except for the super recent Trash. And one where he basically cross justices. What is TCM? Turner Classic Movies? Huh. Never watched the Nightmare on Elm Street movies. Yeah, what does TCM stand for? Uh-oh, we got a Kruger hater. I have a funny story with Nightmare on Elm Street, but I want to catch up with the chat first. Seriously struggling every day, y'all? Yeah, for real. It is so hard nowadays. I just can't find a service that has the movie that ain't a sketchy site or they ask to show money. The sketchy sites are what I always go for. It's just fine. Worst case scenario, you could just torrent it, but I guess that's also sketchy. Make sure you have a VPN. If you're going on those sites, you need a good ad blocker and you need a good VPN. So you want to use Firefox, uBlock Origin, and you want to have a good VPN before you do any of that stuff. Make sure you keep yourself safe. VRM.net also has free shoot. Let's remember no swearing on stream. Kofi, I'm having to jump through. Yeah, I should have a Kofi command too. Why do I have so few? Yes, I got the art from Jim yesterday for Alligator. Just watch the stuff in VR chat because the video player worlds allow you to watch anything for free. VR movie experience is the bomb. You don't need VR to enjoy it. That's if I bother downloading that. Yeah, like, when you're torrenting movies like the old-fashioned way instead of streaming them, like you have, so much, it takes up so much space on your hard drive. It's ridiculous. Sometimes you get shows and then you forget you have those shows and like can't get around to watching the whole show. It's just, yeah, streaming's way easier. Like, I really don't need an episode of any show after I'm done watching it. And I'm never watching more than one episode at a time, but then I don't want to wait for the next episode to download, so yeah, streaming's great. Yep. I do the same with Christmas decos, that's good. Nobody answered your question. I'm gonna be mad about it. Yeah, sorry, that was from the TTS. I think those are from Lowe's, Tiffany and Chucky Animatronics. Yeah, like, I kind of want to get a picture. Oh, Twitch Mobile. So the TTS is still going, but only I can hear it. I might want to change that, but maybe not. Ten bazillion, 32 minutes late. Puppy kisses. Know what time? We got early bird. It's usually huge Bowser ball. So another big part of the Ailery Duke, sorry you got caught by the auto mod. I keep that because I don't want people discussing that topic, but you know, using it as an expression is fine, but unfortunately it expired, so I didn't get a chance to correct it. Someone else has been getting EB. Yeah, I just don't want someone like popping into chat and then talking about that person like a whole bunch, like out of nowhere, because I don't want to open that door. But yeah. The side effect is, you know, it bugs people who aren't, you know, using it in a bad way. They're just, you know, saying it as an expression. Just trying to, come on, please tell me I am close to catching up with the chat already. This is ridiculous. Early gamer shouldn't be available the moment you start stream. It's fine. Like, I'm not that upset about the early bird. Like, it seems to be doing its job. It's just a fun little thing. You only get 10 minutes, and I'm not warmed up, as you can see, so oftentimes they aren't that productive of 10 minutes anyway. They, like vultures, they stalk the redeem. I'd say it's more like snipers. 5 minutes after starting. Yes, I will absolutely forget it. We have Astrid redeemed puppy kisses specifically to spook Bowser. It's funny. I'm pretty sure Bowser Ball would remind us, but I mean, even then, it's like, it's basically just someone asking me to activate the remote so they can redeem it. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Okay, I've seen the first one and I saw a remake, but I saw that remake like 10, 20 years ago, so it was, I can't say much on it. Forget Me Not, yeah, for real, for real. Yeah, I remember the game. Wait a minute, For Alligator has a stream? And I'm not following it? There we go. I've now added you. I am now following you, For Alligator. Uh-huh. Okay, yeah, we did have the super slots go fast. Stinky Man and Illyry Duke got them. I've finally caught up reading the chat, but the TTS hasn't. So let's see here. Next on the list is Coco for Coco Picks. We are working on Aleph and Null and replacing all of the stripes with runes, which will probably take a while. Let's go ahead and bring up the timer, change it back to 15 minutes. This was a subscription slot, right? Yes, it was. And start. Yeah, that sounds fine. Actually, it's been on 2 for a while. Uh-huh. If not meant for petting, why so pettable? That is adorable. Ain't that a fact? Well, some creatures eat pine cones. Exactly. Yeah, those are so expensive. Probably because it's so labor intensive to get the pine nuts out. I bet there's no I bet that currently there's no way to I bet there's heck yeah. Yeah, I bet there's no way to get the pine nuts out other than doing it by hand. I bet there's like no machine process for it, and that's probably why it's so expensive. It's like the cost of labor must be just massive for processing them. Okay, this is actually a really good warm-up. Kind of wish I'd started off with this. So I'm just doing like lining right now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you have to crack it open. I thought it was kind of like deeper in the joints. I don't actually know. Fair enough. Has anyone ever successfully made acorn meal? Like, supposedly that was like an entire staple for like the indigenous people of America for like millions of years, but seems really hard to make. Okay, let me see here. I think we're making plenty of progress on these runes. I'm gonna have to go over to the other side and erase all of the runes that the symmetry tool's been dropping on them this entire time, which is frustrating. It's like, it's so hard to keep track of where it is because I have to zoom in so far to get these lines right. To even see what I'm doing because these runes are so small. But then when I'm zoomed in, I can't see the whole drawing and I can't tell that it's drawing on the other side of the drawing. I just keep forgetting that it's on. Yeah, it seems that streaming and art is full of a bunch of things that are easy to forget, like, keeping track of your layers, and me having really bad memory is definitely affecting it. Will do, Andrew. You take care of yourself. Okay, we are done with the runes on one character. Sort of. Technically, I need to make these runes shiny. Probably. Let me see here. Where's someone who actually drew them? Hey, Coco, do these runes glow, or are they just, normal skin patterns? Uh-huh. Scooch the reference up here and see what runes we're going to be working on now. Ah, it's two of the ones that are really difficult to do. Swell. Glow? Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Yeah, I will have to add a glow effect to this. I think I have an idea for how I can do it quickly as well. You know, that's another good way to do it. I was gonna do something similar, so here's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna take this. Well, first I'm gonna make a new layer underneath. Then I'm gonna go select opaque, filter. No. Select feather selection and increase it by like, I don't know, 3 pixels. And then fill. That wasn't quite enough, so I'm gonna have to increase it more than that, but you can see how it's starting to show up. Also, I'm on the wrong layer. Oh no. Yeah. I'm also going to have to separate between the two different colors at some point, but that's fine. So it looks like there's some left over runes over here that didn't get fully erased. Let me finish doing that. Excellent. So what is the first rune over here? We have arrow up. Phosphorescence. Yeah, that is called phosphorescence. Oh, yeah, that one. I know exactly what you're talking about. So the version of it I saw was black and blue, but like I looked into it and saw how it absolutely depends on your monitor as well as your as well as the file. So, like, that's the thing. If anyone wanted people to see it as black and blue to prove a point, they would have edited it and, like, been sending that image around. So, like, there's a bunch of slightly edited versions of the image flying around, so you never know if you're seeing the original or if you're seeing one that was deliberately tinted to go with one side or the other. You also don't know, like, what kind of monitor you're looking it on, and if that's showing it in a realistic color. Yeah. But no, the first time I saw it, it was definitely black and blue. Alright, we got a ding. We got lots of runing done, and honestly didn't waste too much time this time. Oh, I hate getting those. They're so painful. I got so much. I got so much pimples growing up just all the time, and I'm starting to get them now, although I don't think they're really like normal acne pimples. I'm pretty sure they're ingrown hairs. But it is a pain. Alright, let's play an ad for 60 seconds and we'll be right back. Hey, Grim Crimson, not much. Let me wait a couple more seconds. 3, 2, 1, 0. We are off of ad break. Welcome in, Grim Crimson. I hope you're doing well. Nothing much is going on today. I ran like a mile and a half this morning. It was pretty nice. Yeah, feeling better. Need to make sure and get my exercises. It really helps me feel better. And if I forget them, I'm gonna keep feeling worse and like everything's gonna be tougher. Which makes it harder to exercise. And it's like, you know, it really. And then I rely more on pills and stuff. And then it's like, okay, but I do need the pills, but I need way less of them if I'm actually going out and exercising. This is going to be a lot easier if I maintain my exercise. Dang, where'd you find that? Sketches. Which sketches are you talking about? Did you post them in the Discord? I can check. Promo, general, open art. Depends on the painkiller. No, I'm using gabapentin for my painkiller, and it's doing great. Oh, I saw Speedwagon sketches. Looks like Speedwagon posted some sketches. That's cool. And we have Gold Recluse sketches. Yeah. I don't see any sketches from Crimson. Let me know where you posted them. And welcome in S101X, although I know you can't hear me. Is your name still Grim Crimson in the Discord? It sounds like something I would do. Wait, okay, you're Grim Crimson, not the other Crimson. You're Crimson with a K, not Crimson with a C. Sorry, I wasn't seeing your message because it was in the it was in YouTube, and I usually have the Twitch chat open instead. No, I absolutely know the sketches you're talking about. Yeah, they were great. Some sketches, you got a girl with ponytails. You have this incredibly expressive scream with the eyeballs popping out. You got that creepy little creature that has a bunch of eyeballs. You got this dude with bulging eyes. This creepy mushroom thing. I love mushroom theme. Like, I dig that cottage core aesthetic, and then add just a little bit of menacing creepiness to it. It's really great stuff. We got a couple versions of the same dog here.
Thank you.
No, sweetie. Heck yeah, and we got this cool dark elf creature here. Yeah, sorry about that. I thought you were the other Crimson, the one who does the speed runs. I feel bad because I got that Crimson into speedrunning this game I really like. Now I don't speedrun it much anymore. I really should, but like, I really don't have time for video games anymore. I just basically have quit video games because I just don't have time for them. Like, there's one video game I still play, but there's these other video games I'm trying to like get around to finally finishing, but I don't know. If that's the thing, if I waste all day playing video games, I'll go to bed feeling like a patootie. And it's like, yeah, I know my antidepressants are supposed to make me not sad, but like, I'd like to not have legitimate reasons to feel sad, and me not going anywhere in my life makes me feel miserable when I'm trying to go to sleep. And then I get that thing where I suddenly get all that creative energy when I'm going to bed. Like, that is the thing. If I waste the whole day and then go to bed, I suddenly have this desire to express all my creative energy that I didn't get a chance to express during the day. So that's why I have to make a point of expressing it during the day, or it's all going to come back to kick me in the patootie and make it really hard to sleep. And that's why I haven't been playing video games much lately. But that's cool. Very cool, very cool. What kind of powers do witches get in your lore? Okay, that's fair. I know magical systems are very complicated to try to make. Not everyone can be a natural Brandon Sanderson. Okay, so then we're gonna go the other way, grab everything by color, go to lines layer, subtract this one, this one, this one, and this is the back leg. I'm gonna subtract it. Like ideas for individual spells or ideas for a whole system? Okay, sounds good. Would love to talk to you more about what you got in mind. Hope to see you again soon. I don't know, sweetie. I don't see you sitting behind me, therefore I don't think that's true. You don't have the best kitty with you either. Yeah, they got taken fast. It was crazy. Yeah, I went ahead with what For Alligator suggested and reduced the price of super slots because a couple streams ago we had very few people. Now, that I reduced the prices, everyone, like the moment I reduced the prices, which was, this stream, everyone got them instantly. And it's like, what the heck? Like, we just can't seem to win. Either no one's getting enough, and I have to cut the stream short or stall for time or whatever, and do a bunch of extra stuff, or we have, everyone being able to forward them, like, within the first minute, which is what happened this time. Within the first minute, all the request slots, both super and basic, were taken up. And it's like, what the heck? I just can't seem to get a good balance on this. Thank you, Faint. Yeah, that's probably another reason we did it. And then I can bring it back up afterwards, and I'm pretty sure they are only reduced by... Well, the basic slot is only reduced by 1k. I needed to keep the ratio the same between them, so the super slot is reduced by 2k. Because the super slot's not worth it if it doesn't offer more time per boop. You don't hear the... Oh, I don't hear the music either. Hold on. There we go. Thank you for reminding me, sweetie. I hope it's not echoing on your end, because apparently Coco was briefly having trouble with that. Well, yeah, that's to an extent, that's kind of the point. I want to reward people for staying in stream and staying long enough to raid and clicking the green button and engaging with people in chat, you know? Like, the viewers are what makes this happen. And, like, it's cool to have little, like, aesthetic rewards where they can do, like, I don't know, some people have, like, pie or throw object or change costume rewards, but, like, nah, I want to give people concrete rewards for this, and that's why the requests, hence the requests and the request time. Because, they're making this channel happen. They're helping this channel grow. They're the ones who decide whether I am a successful full-time professional or not. Therefore, they should be getting some of the reward, you know? So that's why points are very important to me. That's good to hear, sweetie. They don't even get that much more. Like, no one ever gets anything past tier 1. And, yeah, like, no one ever gets past tier 1. And tier 1 only gives you 1.2. Now, the other... Okay, I think that'll do the trick. Let me check. What is this? This is actually a yellow. So what if I take this blue they gave me and shift it to yellow? It's kind of a golden yellow. That looks about right. Let's see if I can get these patterns in. All right, Nelson. Oh yeah, the little side redeems, they're not supposed to. Like, that's the thing. Because I'm a... Oh, that's not right. That is... No. New plan. We're sticking with blue. Also, we're going darker. That's better. Yeah, so the reason that my little fun redeems don't have, like, almost any point cost is, like, that's the thing. People are absolutely saving up points for more concrete things, like their, God, what is it? Sorry, their request redeems. Therefore, I, absolutely don't want them to cost too much, because I want people to actually use them. You know? And I want it to be a fun thing. I don't want it to be like a costly thing that's going to... And that's the thing, unlike in other streams where they're all silly redeems and like you can save up for a sillier redeem with more points. In this case, it's like, no, they actually mean something and you're actually sacrificing your draw time to use them. That's why they're so cheap. That's why the silly ones are so cheap. Because it's like, I don't want people sacrificing their time for like a joke. I also don't want enough people to be saving up for like days and days and days just to find out, oh, meow's not actually more time. It's just a little silly thing. One thing I've noticed is that of all the people who use the meow redeem, Misamo-chan seems to never use it. Oh my gosh, she's so silly. But yeah, I hope that makes sense. I'm paying attention mostly to the drawing, so I might be a bit rambling and repeating myself. But first, we're going to run an ad and then move on to the next one. And we are back from ad break. We also have a hydrate from the smoosh. Let me grab my water bottle, give it a little shake, and get a drink of water. Oh, you getting that Airheads one where they suck the air out of that grandpa's head? That one's so gross and weird. I don't think I'm gonna let that one through, but that's good to know for alligator. That's very strange that they're giving you an ad for that. And that's very concerning. I don't like that. I think I might have to look into that. Yeah. Something like that. Okay, so it looks like I'm putting Ash on this side because this one's a bit taller. Or is it? I think I messed up my proportions because, like, even though the head is taller, the shoulders are not. Yeah, some people who don't understand science. But, yeah. Yeah, Dawn and Go. I need to have... So, over here, this is Go, right? Or is this also Ash? I think this is Go. Excellent. Transform, horizontal. Let's do that. Not make her too much smaller. The shoulder's too big. Come on. That's better. Yeah, that sounds like one of those fake features that they claim they're giving us, but they're really not. Like, did you hear that Chrome's incognito mode doesn't actually do what it says it does? And it still collects data? Like, I mean, first of all, it's really deceptive because it kind of implies that it's a VPN and that people can't tell that you're browsing there. But like, first of all, it's not. It's not a VPN. Like, people can absolutely see where you're going and track you by your IP and whatnot. Second of all, it doesn't even do what it says it does. It actually does keep data and give it to, like, ad companies and whatnot. It's just like, what the heck? They're so full of shoot. For real. Alright, going on another 60-second ad and then we'll get started on a Lurie Duke. Hey, not sure if you're here, Lurie Duke, but do you have a reference of the pattern directly? Let me check. That's correct. My bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 extra minutes should bring you to 30. Minus how long we've worked so far. Let me know it. Okay. Okay, that is very different from that is very different from what is referenced over here. That's fine. I'll just use Astaroth's sigil. Are you stacking these sigils on top of each other? Yeah, that explains why I was seeing that. Alright. I'm gonna work on one at a time. Maybe put them on different layers. These might take a while. For sure. Okay, that makes sense. The trick is to draw these on a three-dimensional object, because it's not just going to show up as it wouldn't just show up as an actual star. It would have, it would warp to the contours of the abdomen, the ribs, and the chest. Sounds good, Astrid. Thank you for stopping by today. Okay, let's go back to attempting these sigils. I feel like I've had to concentrate way harder than I normally have to on a lot of these. I think I'm getting a lot of difficult ones that involve a lot of sketching. And like I always say, the sketch layer has to be right or the rest doesn't matter. Like I can render something, you know, to be perfect and shiny. It doesn't matter if the thing that I'm rendering is completely the wrong shape. Then I'm just reinforcing how wrong it is, you know what I mean? So it's critically important that these sketches be right. It's the hardest part for me, and it's just request after request today has had a ton of like really difficult stuff. Like two-person poses are very difficult. It's like, geez, I don't know why I'm doing so poorly today. Like, I drew all day yesterday, but I guess I didn't draw anything like really complicated and spent a lot of my time just rendering. I was drawing like a bunch of pumpkins over and over mostly. That was like the most difficult part. But like, it was just like, the day before that, I'm pretty sure I did my pen sketches, my gesture pen sketches. So I shouldn't be out of practice or anything, so I don't get it. Yeah, exactly. Gotta draw the Spider-Man grid so that I know where the sigils are going to be. And even then, it's like this sigil, this one. I have it on a different screen, that's why I'm able to do it without this reference file being way over here. It's on my other screen. But yeah, look at this little loop-de-loop-de-whippy-whoop. Like, it's not even square. It's very complicated. So this whippy-whoop needs to coincide with this line here. Like, of course, the little cross thing is right on where the pectoral meets the ribs underneath. I don't know. I think I need to do my Loomis's a bit more because my concept of where the ribs are compared to the hips seems to be way off, and it's like, it's driving me nuts because I specifically, when I started, was like, okay, make sure those ribs are right next to the hips. Don't go super far on the distance. You know how you always forget and go super far on those ribs and make them way too high above the hips. And it like was super high, and it's like, that's the thing. I did a Loomis. I did the proportions. I did them by the lines. Why did the ribs come out so high above the hips when I was using like the proportions? Like, I don't know. I'm gonna have to look this up, see what I'm doing wrong, and do some more practice. Uh, I think this is the thing being summoned, is kind of the feeling I'm getting from this. Keep in mind there's 3 of them, all stacked on top of each other. I've gotten one down that I did without the grid. It's just kind of eyeballing that one. And then this one, which absolutely needed the grid. I mean, I could have benefited from the grid last time. I didn't know I was doing 3 of these. Can't even, like, use my transform tools to move things around because then they're on a completely different part of the chest and form a different chest distortion. And form a different distortion. There's so many things I need to practice, and I spend so much time practicing on that one project we were talking about on Jim's stream, and like I spent so much time practicing on that that I'm not like focusing on my anatomy. It's like very frustrating. I did have fun. I'm just saying that project that I was talking about in Jim's stream, that project that you and I know about, and others might not necessarily know about, that project has not been very fun. Well, I mean, it's just been frustrating that it's not done yet. You would think with how much time I've poured into it that it'd be done by now, but it's really not. I think I heard a ding a bit ago. Let me see here. And I have my Halloween projects that I'm running out of time on, and I have a commission right now that I need to do as soon as possible. It's just like, now that I'm looking at these abs, I'm pretty sure they're supposed to be more spread out. Like, they didn't use proper perspective, but whatever. And like, now that I didn't do the proper perspective on those abs, there's consequences. Right, there was a timer. I should move on. No worries, no worries. I wasn't either, because in my other monitor I have, like, the sigils up where I'm working on them. Thank you for that, Ailery Duke. Much appreciated. We're going to run an ad and move on to the next person on the list. Right. I forgot about that. I feel like that would have applied to Ailery Duke, But oh well, we're moving on to Hapjon now. Let's see here. Default 2. Let's switch to black. Yeah, I feel like I am a bit out of it today. I'm not doing real great at keeping social. Huh, I didn't even know it was rigged the first time. I just never trust those games, ever. I mean, it's called Monopoly, like, you know, they're literally naming it after a game that someone designed specifically to prove that it's rigged. Like, it being rigged is kind of the point. That's why it's called Monopoly. Good morning, Mischief Horn. I hope you are doing well, and I hope you are drawing lots. Yeah, I forgot to start the timer. Let's go ahead and do that. Let me check. This was a basic request slot. Wait a minute. I'm supposed to be doing Hapjon. What am I doing? Oh, okay, y'all. I think I might be a bit more out of it than I realized today. But I still feel energetic, so I'm gonna keep going. But what is up with me? Let me make sure let me scroll down to the redeems and make sure it was in fact Hapjon. Activity feed. Pop out activity feed. Let me filter. No bits, no boosts, no challenges, no charity donations, no clips, no followers. Yeah. We ran out of slots. So yeah, I guess you got a couple minutes of bonus time because I'm misreading things. Puppy Kisses, Meow, Subslot. Puppy Kisses, Subslot, Basic Slot, Video Game Andrew, and the other basic slot was for Alligator. There should be a third one, and that was Hapjon. There it is. Okay. Hey, Drowberry, I was on Instagram the other day and saw some fan art of your character. I'm not sure I remember. I want to say it was Dabby or something. Just a sec. I can look it up. Uh-huh. Following, they usually sort these by like... Oh, what? Is it blue sky? That is probably a good idea because I reduced the prices for the redeems and they went through the roof. Like, just immediately. Dari. I believe it was Dari. Let me see. There you are. That is very clearly you. Dari looks like did several sketch requests for you. That was Blue Sky, not Instagram. My bad. And yeah, today is a great day to save points. Have you been drawing anything lately, though? Heck yeah. That's where I saw it, on Blue Sky. Where that has a... Okay, yeah, we can't go outside. Let me grab my little blur tool. Little smudger. Smudge this out a bit. Heck yeah. I noticed, for sure. So, what do you think of her stream? I take it she does a lot of requests? Oh, okay. That explains why I don't see her much or at all. Another good reason to use a wrist brace while drawing. Uh-huh. Definitely at least two, but I think at least three, honestly. There might have been four, but I'm not sure about four. There were a bunch. It's very easy to spot ya. Oh, sorry for alligator. You were saying that. My bad. I wasn't listening to the TTS that well. Again, I guess I'm out of it today, which is weird because I don't feel bad. I just keep making mistakes and forgetting things. We'll see, we'll see. Okay, let's switch to the green. And go back to the shadow later. But dang, let me see if I can find those. Well, looks like she streams Fridays. Like, like. See if I can spot any of your characters. No, no, no. No. No, no. Yeah, I don't see any of your characters. Maybe it's further back. There you are. I found it. I found it. Thank you, sweetie. Much appreciated for the reminder, darling. We're going to run an ad real quick and then we're going to keep working on the shading. No, you're not mistaken for alligator. I found it. It just took a lot of scrolling for me to find. I'm pretty sure I found Alyssa. But since it's black and white, I guess it could be Asyla. That makes sense. Was your second one Alyssa, or was that someone else? Really? What is that? Okay. Hmm. That's a good idea. Okay. That makes sense. I think that's the one I found. Okay, I think the music stopped again. Let me check. Yes, it did. Well, that's frustrating, but we're fine. I think we're done with shading and it's time to move on to highlight, my favorite part. They are, we're just out of them today. You could technically still get one on YouTube if you have points on YouTube. Because remember, I multi-stream to both Twitch and YouTube. Yeah, I brought the prices of the requests down just for like October. And because of that, everyone got a request slot in the first like 1 minute of stream. So we're definitely not going to make those price changes permanent for obvious reasons. That's fine. I'm a little disappointed that all of them were gone in 1 minute, but I mean, it did what it was supposed to, which was supposed to be a little October gift for people so that we have more requests during October. That did just fine. And I'm probably going to keep them on the same price during Halloween but we're definitely bringing them back to the normal prices when I get back from the hiatus. That was a good suggestion. It's working out just fine. Unfortunately, there are just drawbacks, that's all. Plans for Halloween is I am going to be streaming, for sure. So I'm going to be streaming, and then I'm going to watch the movie A Haunting in Venice with my family. Because we've already seen Murder on the Orient Express. Next up, we're watching Death on the Nile, and then we'll be watching A Haunting in Venice. No spoilers in the chat. Yeah, it tends to do that nowadays. Yeah, definitely don't want raining on Halloween. I'm also considering passing out treats, and if I'm awake late enough, I might hit the local haunted house on Halloween. All right, we got a ding. I gotta move on. Dang. Definitely sounds like a local trouble, because where I live, it's dry as heck. It's alright. I did that backwards. Making some adjustments to the layers real quick. Okay, that should help. We need to play an ad real quick, and then we'll get started. I definitely hope so. I hope I can do it justice. Welcome in, Cyber Dragon. I hope you're doing well. I've just been a little quiet today. I don't know. What's up with me? I keep forgetting things, and I was having trouble with, was having a ridiculous amount of trouble with, eyes earlier. Yeah, like, I feel fine, but I keep making all these mistakes. It's weird. And I'm not doing a very good job of, talking and stuff. So, what are you up to today, Zyber? Oh, that's cool. I should see if I still have Phasmo installed, and maybe I could join you. Then again, I do have a lot of art I need to catch up on today. Yeah, I'm running out of time on my deadlines. Today is, let's see here, today's the 24th. The next piece gets uploaded tomorrow because they're uploading on odd numbered days, as per my challenge. And oof. So that means the one that uploads tomorrow is the only one I have done. So that means I basically have no buffer. I have no advanced buffer, and I have to get the next one done in 2.5 days. So yeah, I am in big shoot. There we are down to the wire now. They're so cute. Just wish I could do like people, but thick. Like I keep looking for I guess you'd call them BBW tutorials. Like I don't mind saying fat, but I know some people do, so I try using any keywords I can think of for it, and I can't find any good tutorials for drawing those with a bunch of lipids. With plenty of adipose tissue, yeah. But I have such a hard time finding any tutorials for it, and it's very frustrating. If any of y'all have some really good tutorials for large folks, I would appreciate it. So I am having the hardest time finding them. Okay, I could try searching chunky. Large as in lots of lipids. Plenty of adipose tissue. Soft and chunky. Hair is completely wrong. How did I get it this badly? What is up with me today? Number 2. Over here in the middle of the face. Should also tilt this way slightly. Observation, I think, is the problem today. Observation's doing real bad. Probably means I need to take an Adderall break. That does sound pretty good. If you could DM it to me, that'd be awesome. If you have it, of course. I don't want you to have to do a bunch of extra work and stuff. I mean, even then, that's just the thighs and hips. While they don't lie, that's not the whole body, you know? Like, belly. Belly is important. You know? probably looks thin-bodied because I was drawing the muscle groups, and muscle groups don't show up unless you are fairly lithe. Because I don't know the fat distribution groups. Like, that's the problem. Is like, I know I study anatomy all the time for practicing and getting better and stuff. I know all the muscle groups for, I at least have a basic idea of the muscle groups pretty much everywhere in the body. I have like a fairly good grasp of it in several spots, and I spend a lot of time working on getting the abdominals right, even though they never show up because everyone's always wearing a shirt. But like, what about the fat distribution? Like, there's got to be names for each of these groups of fat distribution. Like, why can't I find any of these charts? Like, has anyone ever seen... Sorry, this is driving me crazy. I'm gonna pull it up real quick. Yeah, anything you have that would help me would be great. What the heck? Why am I not seeing these? Dang, you have one of those? That's fancy. What the heck is going on? Like, there's a specific... Like, I get these on Facebook constantly, and now that I'm finally looking for them, like, I can't find them anywhere? What the heck? Just a second. Oh, that's why. Okay, I figured out why. Okay, can I get one that doesn't have a weed on it? I mean, that's fine. Alright, so I'm gonna use the BRB screen to hide what I'm doing so I can, make an edit to this real quick. I'll be right back. All right, we are back, I believe. So see, this is the kind of stuff I find all the time. I've especially been using this anatomy for sculptors drawings as references. Well, I mean, not drawings. These are like 3D models. I think, and I've been using them for practice. And like, look at all these intricate muscle groups they have and how they have every little thing. And like, if you look at the book and all the separate things, like all the muscle groups are labeled and all of these things and all this anatomy, there is nothing like this for fat deposits. And that's the thing. Human beings have like anatomically consistent fat deposits. Like, yes, some fat deposits on some people are going to be bigger than they are on others. And like, it's not always going to have the same proportions, but like, still, they should have names. Like, there's a fat deposit that like goes on the stomach and then it folds in half once it gets big enough. And like, what are those called? How do I like block those out? Where do they attach to other features on the body, like the bones and the muscles underneath? Where do they attach? And like the arm fat that like jiggles beneath, that, like, where does that connect? How does that work? I need to, they peel back the skin for the muscles. Why can't they peel back the skin and show us what's happening underneath with the adipose tissue? You know what I mean? Okay. Sorry that took so long to find like a single picture for my rant. I kept typing in anatomy for artists and it just wasn't showing me what I was looking for, so I had to look it up on Facebook, and it was anatomy for sculptors, not anatomy for artists, and that's why I wasn't finding it. Anyway, we're gonna play an ad and we're gonna get back to work, but I hope that makes sense. Yeah, like, that's the thing. I don't even mind. I'll wait till we get back from ad break. Okay, we're back. So, like, yeah, if typing in obesity into a search engine, oh man, Krita just froze. If typing in obese tutorial or something like that into a search engine worked, I would still type it in, you know? Like, none of the words I can think of seem to work for finding this. And that's the thing. Regular human beings all have adipose tissue. Like, unless they're starving to death or super dehydrated, you can't see the muscles directly, you know? But you do know where the muscles are, and like once they get big, like say for example, I wanted to put muscles on this character. I'd be like, okay, there's a bicep right here. I know exactly how the bicep works. And then I can make this bicep super understated, or because I know where the bicep is, I can push it and make it much bigger. And I know, okay, there's a deltoid down here. And it can be understated, or I can push it and make that super huge. And there's I don't remember what it's called, but there's a muscle down here that I could also make super big. And all these muscle groups have names and ways that they connect to each other. And like, If you look at the bones, you can see how, like, each one of these things connects to the bones in different places. And has, like, different tendons and stuff. And it's like, why doesn't this exist for fat? Drives me nuts. Like, if you even just tell me what the fat groups are, like, say, for example, this one. Like, this is a very simplified version of it. On a regular human being, I would say fat is, like, I'm not even good at drawing this. I'd say the fat deposit probably runs something like this. Like, that's the thing. I don't know, because, like, then if you get big enough, you see it going off onto their sides. You see the stomach fat going off onto the sides. And it's like, it's so frustrating. It's like, that's the thing. If I know a muscle like the bicep, I can just make the bicep bigger. If I know how it connects to the deltoid, I can just make the deltoid bigger. Like, I need to know what the fat deposits are, even on thin people. Even on, not even thin, just regular people. Like, if I can identify where those fat deposits are, like this one would be a fat deposit on a thin to regular person. And then if I could just bring it bigger, then, like, see, that doesn't work either. Because that's not at all how it works when you bring it bigger. And it's like, why doesn't it work? How does it work? Like, there's clearly a whole bunch of anatomical rules for this. And, like, I'm doing my best to just use references and try to guess where fat goes. But, like, I really need a tutorial that explains what is happening here, why it forms completely different shapes at different sizes, why it does what it does. It drives me crazy that I just can't find that information. I think you understand what I'm saying, and I'm just repeating myself, but I hope that makes sense now. I hope I'm making sense. Anyway. These are all on the hair 2 layer. They can all be deleted. A shame we can't fit more of these little cinnamon wings in the frame, you know what I mean? Yeah, I agree. It's just a shame because it's a really cool character feature, you know? Yeah. So in the next piece, there's a decent chance they might be visible. Uh-huh. Okay, that was frustrating, but I think I can handle this. I'm gonna move on to clothes right now. I think we lost the music again. Let me see what I can do about that. Thank you. All right. Managed to make some progress despite all the difficulties. We'll keep working on it next time. Next up is Video Game Andrew. Excellent. We are moving right along. All right, let's go ahead and start the timer and run an ad, then we'll get started. Dang. That would be so useful. Right, lots of work done today. We need to fix all the bleeds over here, and then we can start working on the pattern layer. And that's everyone on the list. So, to kill another half an hour or so, I'm going to work on my commission for Cyberdragon. And let me check something real quick first. Which will give people more time to save up. Okay. Welcome in. As you can see, we are doing art requests today. Please let me know if you would like an art request. All you have to do is, well, you get your pre-approved for 10 minutes as a first-timer bonus, and after that, you have to save up points and get more time until it's done. A good example is this one. Video Game Andrew wanted a request of himself transforming into Vortex and his wife transforming into Luna and meeting Beelzebub. I now have a 1 character limit, so we don't actually do these 3 ones anymore. Although, to be fair, Andrew's a subscriber, so that doesn't apply to him. Anyway, point is, Andrew just used a 15-minute request slot today, which got him another 15 minutes of progress done on his request. Yeah, we had half of Vortex unfilled and all of Luna over here completely unfilled. And we got those done today in 15 minutes. Right now I'm going to go ahead and work on a commission I have for Cyberdragon. And we'll probably do that for a while. But first we're going to run an ad. I'll see everyone on Twitch in 60 seconds. Yeah, we are having a bit of a slow day today. I don't know what's up with me. I hope I'm not getting sick. I have a vacation coming up soon. Hey, it's Jim. Welcome in, Jim. How you doing today? Oh my gosh. Just a moment. We aren't working on anyone's request right now, so I have plenty of time to go to Discord and show everyone what you did from me. Let me see here. Well, I'm getting startled for one. I hear someone sent me a little jump scare back there. Let's see here. Let's click this and then do that weird open in browser thing. And hopefully this will work. Oh, that was you who was doing the start, then. I see how it is. I see how it is. Jim, Jim, Jim. So for those of you who don't know, Jim is another artist just like me. And Jim decided to do some Snooter fan art. Check this out. This is Snooter about to get heckin' booped right there. Heckin' booped. Can you believe that? With the classic blep hanging out. Yes, is important. And these really cool looking floofy ears over here. And we also have an alternative version. Thank you. I do. So for alligator was like, oh my gosh, the snooter would look so cute as a borzoi, sticking her snoot right down a can of Pringles and getting it stuck in a can of Pringles. And here's the snooter being silly and sticking her snoot in a can of Pringles. So yeah, we've been having a kind of chill day. I've been making lots of mistakes, been having trouble drawing. I don't know what's up with me. Like, I feel great, but I just keep making mistakes and having trouble drawing. And haven't been chatting much, but hey, that we can always change that. Oh, how about you, Jim? What have you been up to today? Huh, did my music turn off again? Let me take a look. There we go. Just keeps doing that. I swear it's doing it more and more often. And forgetting my draw timers. I would call that a pretty big weakness. Yeah, I was just thinking this morning after I finished my bowl of broccoli beef, like I really wanted a grapefruit to like wash it down, but alas, we don't have any, and I swear those things go to bad like every 2 seconds, and it's impossible to keep fresh ones in the house. Uh-huh. Homemade broccoli beef with teriyaki. Green onion teriyaki. No. Oh my gosh, the universe is just very against us eating healthy, apparently. And then we have the Moshkin in here, who, like, I tried to feed some of the broccoli beef to, but no, she wasn't having it because she's just allergic to healthy food. Uh-huh, that is the reason why. Allergic to the healthy food. Is true. No other explanation for why she didn't have my broccoli beef. Oh, dang. Uh-huh, Moshkin. Uh-huh. No other possible explanation. But yeah, so we dropped the prices down because we got this special Halloween thing going on where it costs way less boops to get a request slot, and everyone got their request slots in like the first minute. It was crazy. And like, we're gonna do it again Halloween, but it's just good to know. Because that tells me that where they are normally is probably exactly where they should be when I get back from hiatus. I still want to make that night owl redeem though, because you know, there's always, even if I get the prices at like the exact right mathematically calculated correct amount, like there's still some super slow days where just no one is getting a request, and you know, that's my thing. I need my content on my request days. So a night owl would probably be a good one. Also, I could start doing the Forgotten Whip again. Like, that's one thing I was thinking of when which I'm like, why am I trying to come up with a night owl, request when, like, I still have the Forgotten Whip segment that I've been ignoring for months. Like, I am definitely not doing the Forgotten Whip segment today. I have a commission and a bunch of stuff I have to try to finish on time for. This looks like joy. Dang it. This looks like joy. An emote. Yes, it is another emote commission. I feel like I get a lot of commissions for emotes and like no commissions for full-size work. The Chinese dish of broccoli and beef. I cooked up the beef in a wok. I cooked up the broccoli in a wok. And then I added and I added teriyaki. Okay, I'm gonna make a copy, and then I'm gonna make some drastic changes. Okay, how do I get this to look surprised and not like, I don't know, a roar or whatever it is looking like now? Not happy, not a roar. It needs to be surprised, shocked. That's the problem. Lizard faces, like, just have that natural frowny face on them. Yeah, it really does. So if I go more cartoony, right? Oh, that's actually a really good idea. Hold on. Show this, bring the opacity way down, right? And we're gonna go like the same eye socket that we had before, right? Because it's still a dinosaur skull. But we make the eye bulging outwards. But the only difference between an eye that's bulging outwards and an eye that just has different sockets has to be by communicating the surface area. That looks much more surprised. I think I'm also going to make the tongue bigger. That was the wrong layer. But yes, I had broccoli beef for brekkie because I need to finish it before it goes bad because I'm apparently the only one eating it. I went on a I went on like a 1.5 mile run today. So that was pretty good. Did that in the morning. I was expecting it to wake me up and help me feel better, and I certainly feel better, but haven't been doing great on other stuff. So how's your project been going, Jim? What if I scooch the purple forward? That's good, that's good. I suppose so. I'm not sure about it. Mm. Like the purpose of it being so far over there is that it communicates that the eyeball is rounded over here, like you're seeing a spherical object. But, you know, I can probably communicate that when I shade it, so it's probably not the end of the world if I leave it like that. Okay, what other features does this character have? Horns, a couple spikes. Right, I need to do teeth. It's going all right today. We're kind of having a tired day. I don't know why. Got plenty of sleep and went on a nice run this morning, but I keep making mistakes and just am not in the zone. What are you up today, Camajots? I hope you're having a good time. So, Jim, what are your plans for Halloween? Because that is coming up soon. I do hope you have some cool plans. Dang, that sounds pretty fun. Pretty fun indeed. I don't know, all those museum tickets sound pretty expensive to me. It's gonna be one heck of a busy Halloween you're doing. I'm gonna be doing my stream because it happens to fall on Friday, because, you know, that's when I do my streams, is on Friday. And I already have a bunch of Halloween stuff going for the, going for this month anyway, so it's perfect. Matches with my current stream theme. So if I finish up on time, I'm thinking I might try to go to a local haunted house put on by the local high school. And I'm hoping to watch the movie A Haunting in Venice with my family. Heck yeah. So yeah, we've already watched Murder on the Orient Express. We need to finish watching Death on the Nile. And then hopefully on Halloween, we can go and watch A Haunting in Venice, a great Halloween movie. Okay, so then what I usually do is I add a filter layer that has desaturation. Then again, lately I've been using the filter layer that just turns everything to black. And that's so I can make an export and send it to the client. So once the client confirms it, then I can start coloring it. Speaking of which, the client has confirmed the previous ones, so let's go ahead and color those. So I'm going to set up a layer group underneath my sketches and just call it Joy. And I'm going to have the sketches over top in low opacity. As you can see, I have the filter here too. But it's just a filter layer, so I can Hey! Sammy, stop that. So it's just a filter layer, so I can turn it on and off, you know, whenever I need to. But I don't need to right now. I just need to turn this down and start on my lines. Sammy kitty cat, I need you to stop stepping on my keyboard. I need you to stop stepping on my keyboard, Sammy. It's true, it's true. So this one's actually symmetric, so we're going to turn on my symmetry tool. Scoot everything on the desk to the right because my cat is so dang fat. Oh, look at him. He's nuzzling. He's nuzzling. He's such a nuzzle kitty. Good lord. What is going on here? Alright, it is ad time anyway, so I'll see everyone in about a minute. You timed it like that on purpose. You scared the poof out of me. Like right as the music was in its little pause, then you did that redeem exactly right then. Dang it. Aw, heck. Y'all keep spooking me. Huh. Yeah, I heard for Alligator, or someone at least, telling me that the old McDonald's Monopoly thing, the old McDonald's Monopoly contest was actually a fraud or something. I mean, it's all a scam, but you know. You have heard that sound before. That is a FNAF jump scare. Yeah, they sure are. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the one from FNAF 2, but I could be mistaken. You know, it might be the one from FNAF 3 now that I think about it. That sounds awesome. You should tell us. Reminder, no swearing on the stream. This is an all ages stream. I love how you just presume it was you. Oh, that's so cool. I don't suppose they ended up haunting you out there. Gotta be careful. Living in a town with animatronics sounds kinda dangerous. Heck yeah. Only safe way to do it. Yep. Nothing bad ever happens in daylight, right, everyone? Right? Y'all put an art studio and y'all put an art studio in an animatronics factory? I'm confused. That sounds super haunted. Considering how broke all us artists are, I'm guessing they picked it for the price. They're like, we don't care that there's a bunch of murder animatronics around. We've, speedrun FNAF on nightmare mode. This ain't nothing. Besides, we can't afford anywhere else. Yeah, and then the people started going missing in 1992, I'm guessing. That is definitely haunted. So, were you visiting a art studio for art purposes? Were you drawing or looking to purchase? That sounds awesome. I would love to look them up. Give me a sec. What? What? This company's in my hometown. That's the city I grew up in. Holy fluff. So apparently my hometown was haunted. Certainly something. Like, I knew that some, like, advanced sound equipment was developed in that town. I had no idea the entire Atari was developed in this town, and, like, apparently a bunch of animatronics. Are you kidding me? This is crazy news. I have to send this to all my friends I grew up with. First, I have to play an ad. We'll be back in like 60 seconds. Ah. Yeah, so back in that town, there's a certain mental hospital. I don't know how much of this I can say. No, I don't think I can say it on stream. There's too many crimes that I'd be confessing to. Suffice to say, I have lots of spooky stories around that time. Around that town. Yeah, if you've been in that town, you know exactly what happened there. So I had some idiot friends who were telling me about like this pioneer town mental hospital, and I'm expecting like a museum or maybe like out in the woods somewhere there'd be like some like the foundation left over or something. Because you see old, like, you know, mining edifices, mining foundations, and like trashed buildings around there all the time. And, in fact, the bordello was still there for a long time. I was there when it burned down. But, so that's what I was expecting. These idiots took me to the actual mental hospital. And they didn't know what happened there. They, like, broke in, were doing Urban X, and, like, they were trying to, like, break into doors, and I was so mad at them. I'm like, excuse me. This is my heritage. Like, a tragedy occurred here. Do not break things in here. Are you kidding me? I was so mad. And then, like, they didn't even know. They didn't even know. It's like, no, I was here while it was open. I was there for a bus stop. I wasn't admitted. I was there for a bus stop. But, yeah, I was literally there while it was open. In my lifetime. This wasn't some mining pioneer era place. Like, these morons. So, like, we go up there and there's all this scary graffiti and we're on the second floor. You know exactly what happened on the second floor. So we're in there and there's all this spooky graffiti, and this is the time I decide to tell them exactly what happened there. I'm like, yeah, these are the windows right here. This is the second floor where it happened. You pieces of shoot. I was so mad at them. They're like, yeah, we're going to try to find someone's medical records left behind. And it's like, guys, this isn't some pioneer ancient people. These are people from our lifetime. Like, I've literally met people. I knew people who survived what happened there. And they were super not okay. I was really mad at them. Like, you know, I respect Urban X. I respect, you know, like, fluff the police. I don't respect every law there is. I'm not a rigid legalist and all of that, but I'm sorry. If you're going there to see a piece of our culture, of our town's history, know what the heck you're talking about and go in there with respect. Dang it. Don't break things in our old hospital, in our town's tragedy. God, I had a friend who lived right next to that place and he couldn't sleep for days after it happened. Ah. Yeah. Attempted HIPAA violations, sure. There wasn't anything left. I mean, technically, for the HIPAA violations or whatever, like, that would have been the fault of the hospital for leaving them behind. Yeah, you have to know how stable it is, and frankly, you should respect it. You know, respect what you're doing, respect that there were people there, and that, you know, there were tragedies, and like, these idiots didn't even know there was a tragedy there. I was... And like, yeah, speaking of the HIPAA violations, it's like, so what? What if the hospital had actually left behind some medical records? Like, I can't believe these idiots thought it was some Pioneer Days one. It's like, no, this was a couple years ago, and you're still looking for medical records? I told you I was here. You know now. You have no excuse to look at this clearly modern building, this modern 3-story building, and think that that this doesn't relate to real people who are currently alive, some of which who are not, because of what happened. And you're still rummaging through old desks and breaking into doors to try to find their medical records. Yeah, no, that was infuriating. Yeah, so we went downstairs at one point, and there was like this hallway with all these wires hanging down, and it looked super cool and haunted and stuff. And these idiots believed in like the supernatural or whatever. So I just leaned into the ringleader, and I whispered in his ear, dare you, double dare you. And, you know, the demons and ghosts and stuff were very real to him, so he went down that hall doing like weird little Tai Chi Kung Fu symbols. He's like, oh, they're Taoist magic or whatever, and they're how I use my chaos magic, and it keeps me safe. And I'm like, oh, what a dweeb. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like, I get it. You know, like, I love haunted places, I love abandoned buildings. Do not do property damage. Do not be a bunch of patootie heads about, you know, our towns. I think y'all get the point. But, yeah. A very creepy thing happened. Apparently, despite having been shut down for years, there was still power on in one section down there in the basement. Yeah, so no one else is ever going to know this. Like, but we do, so we're one of the few people in the entire world who know this, and now I guess Twitch knows this. There was one section that still had power down there. You know what section it was? It was the children's section. So we just saw light in the distance and arrived in the pediatric ward with all of those creepy children paintings and stuff on the wall. So, I mean, that was pretty spooky. Yeah. I mean, that was kind of the point of making him do it to begin with. Because, you know, this is serious to him. Oh, man. I think they said something along the lines of, oh, man, there's a presence here, and it knows we're here now, and we need to go. And I'm like, yeah, definitely. Definitely has nothing to do with the fact that y'all are late for the goth club. And have, like, an hour drive to get there. Infuriating. For real. Yeah, and like my girlfriend at the time was super into him. I mean, we were open, so like it was fine that she was super into him. I just didn't like him for entirely personal reasons that had nothing to do with him and my girlfriend. God, what a just... Oh, I met up with him again years later and was just listening to him go on, and I'm like, dude, you are like 40 now. Yeah, for real. Well, the ghosts weren't there on account of not being real, so I did my best to make sure they were, scared of the supernatural nonetheless. And maybe felt some mother fluffing levity behind what they were doing. It's like, yeah, they're like, oh, a spirit is aware of us now, some sort of dark, angry spirit. It's like, yeah, I don't suppose that had anything to do with you crowbarring open a door to rummage through desks for medical records. Ya patooties. Ya dingus. Mm. Okay. Let's do some shading, huh? Hey, did I hear a ding? Oh, that means it's, I've been streaming for 4 hours and 54 minutes. Oh, everyone claims it's haunted, but I don't know how I feel about that. Also, since there's basically two towns right on top of each other there, that could be two different hotels you could be referring to. But if it's the one in the town that is further to the west, the more modern town, the less rustic one, I had a friend who worked there. I also was paid to film a birthday there. So yeah, I definitely have some experience with that one. I do know that everyone said it was haunted. I've actually been in the one, like my aunt stayed in the one not in that town, but the town to the east. You know, the two towns are right on top of each other. The town to the east, that old rustic one, my aunt stayed in there before. And like, I went up there for that. Other than that, I never stayed in them. But no, my friend's mother used to work in the one to the west. Yeah. I don't know. Like, that's the thing. I love the supernatural. I love spirituality, ghosts, and all those things, but like, I have to have proof to believe in like any of these, not any of these things, so I don't believe in any of them. I mean, I say believe, like that's when we're talking about these kind of things, I have to specify and be like, I do not come to the conclusion that it is at all likely that they exist, but still, they're super cool. And like, it's a shame because I do love researching this stuff. It's hard because like, if you want to look up information on ghosts, it's like impossible to look up the information without then finding like modern ghost hunters and like mediums and people who prey on the gullible. And it's just so offensive. Like, I was looking up, like, ghost stories and folklore the other day, but they started giving me, like, a bunch of modern ghost stories and modern folklore, and I found myself getting really angry because I'm like, I'm sorry. You are a modern country in the modern world, and you think that there are ghosts in this house because it's like that one haunted house in Beijing. Ghosts in this house because it looks Western style, unlike everything else around it. Like, are you kidding me? Like, the story you made up for it doesn't even add up. Like, it's historically proven to be not real. And, like, I don't know. Yeah. And Jim, the TTS is catching up, said, I feel ya, my fascination with cryptids, some from the psychology of solitude, the manifestations of our minds, make to remove the feeling of being alone. And then Gatter after that said, that's the time I'd ask Google to give me yokai stories. At least those are cool as heck. For the most part. Like, that's the part that upsets me, is I was on a channel for yokai stories. Like, she was all about folklore all over Southeast Asia. So tons of yokai stories. And then apparently some modern things. And then the one after that was that stupid Indonesian thing where like a woman claimed that wires were growing out of her, and you look at it for 2 seconds and be like, oh, she's self-harming. Right. And then I looked it up and it's like, oh yeah, they put her in psychiatric care and you'll notice that wire stopped growing out of her when she was under observation and couldn't be left alone to harm herself. Oh gee, what a coincidence. And the person, telling the story was just like, oh, skeptics and scientists and doctors, they can't explain this one. And I'm like, can and did. There's literally medical records right here. They gave her a diagnosis for it. I think it's fictitious disorder. Factitious disorder. Yeah. Yeah, I realized I was down a rabbit hole and in trouble when YouTube started recommending me Bigfoot videos afterwards. It's like, okay, YouTube thinks I'm an idiot now and will believe anything. So, like, are you kidding me? Yeah, and I was just so upset because you're absolutely right, for alligator. Yokai stories are great. I should have been getting yokai stories from her. Why the heck was I getting this nonsense? Oh, right. Yeah, like, Gatter, no, Jim, what you were saying earlier about cryptids, like, also, I saw years ago this video of a chupacabra running, like, by a, truck or something, like the truck was keeping up with it. It was this really cool video, and you could tell, holy fluff, this is actually a real living creature. And it's like, looks pretty different. And then, they found a body, and let me tell you, the body looks very different, but it turned out to be coyotes with mange. And like, that's the thing. If you look at coyotes with mange, it forms scaly looking protrude like little scabs on their back and looks exactly like a lizard with spikes because they'll have hair in tiny little patches on the top of their back. So that completely, like 2000% explains the chupacabra sightings that we've been seeing everywhere. And like, I don't know. I kind of like cryptozoology in the sense that there are real naturalist explanations for these sightings around here, you know? Like, we did it. We found the chupacabra. Like, that's so cool to me. It's a coyote with mange. I don't care that's an existing species. We figured it out. Like, not only that, when they have mange, it's usually because they're sick and they start having weird feeding habits, which results in their, quote, goat sucking. I mean, even though most of the sightings are actually for chickens. It's like that's why they were trying to get all the blood. They were anemic. They were sick. That's why they were sucking blood. Like, that's so cool to me. And like, but then people are still trying to say, oh no, Chupacabra is a different mystical species that can teleport and read your mind. And like, this doesn't count. And it's like, no, we found it. That's cool to me. Why isn't that good enough for you? Like, I get it could be cooler if it was an alien or whatever, or a demon or whatever, but like, I'm sorry. The natural world is cool enough for me. Same with Bigfoot. Like, 95% of Bigfoot sightings can be explained by bears who walk bipedally way more than you think they do. And not only that, bears have way more intelligence than you think they do. Like, seriously, there's this one bear who identified these cameras that were trying to observe him. He identified all of them, was smart enough to realize they were observing him, and smart enough to break all of them without getting caught on any of the cameras. And it's like, I'm sorry, that's terrifying. You know, like the indigenous peoples of North America, many of them anyway, referred to bears as like their brothers and like have them involved very closely with the creation of humanity in their creation myths. Like, there's a reason. These things are terrifyingly smart. They're bipedal a lot of the time, and I think we need to, like, face the ramifications of that and the fact that we're dealing with something that's way closer to human than we realize. Okay, let me catch up with the chat real quick. Yeah, no, I do find the supernatural very fascinating. I just don't, you know, like I said, I don't believe it. But it's great stories, and I will research it to death, and I love it. Mange and raving, the reversion to water, because then focus on blood. Yeah, exactly. Bigfoot, the video was someone in a gorilla suit. So it wasn't a ghillie suit, it was done intentionally. They bought an actual costume and wore it for the video. It was staged, it was exposed as a hoax. But, like, you know, I'm giving people more benefit of the doubt and, you know, them knowing that the original video was a hoax. Even though a bunch of people do not know it's a hoax. It's like such an obvious hoax, too. Like, they didn't even try. They just bought a gorilla suit from a local costume store, went out into the woods, and just walked around. They didn't even, like, look at him. Look at how he's walking. He's not even trying to walk like a gorilla. He's just standing upright and chilling and strolling around. Isamo-chan, I see your message. I'm actually ending the stream very soon. In fact, let me go ahead and put the end screen on and then just turn on my mic. Okay, mic is still working. Good. And we have the moon glow poem and all of that. No, I'm just having fun talking for a bit, Mushkin, and then I'll end stream. Yeah. And that spawned millions of people believing in Bigfoot. And it's like, are you kidding me? believing that there's an actual ape out there. But no, the people who have, the people who have Bigfoot sightings nowadays, you know, presuming it actually happened, all of it can be explained by bears. They're way smarter than you think, they can walk bipedally, they have way more paw dexterity than you realize. Next time, I'll tell you all about the Mothman. In the meantime, let's find a channel to raid to. So, of the people I'm following, we have... Draw with Dari, Casual Necromancy, Michi Myers, Pixelite Skunk, Plush Draco, Margot Simone Art, Tyga Tiger, Char the Shroom, Vanobi, and Yummy Goat. Okay, so we were talking about Dari, Draw with Dari earlier. Do we want to try to raid her? Because we have multiple people in this stream who've received requests from her. Alright, I think we're gonna go for Dari today. Okay, let me at least try to say hi to her first and see if now's a good time, because I have raided people right before they go BRB and, like, you know, totally kills the vibe. So let me check in. Call me Dari, English only, be respectful, no real name, age or location, no self-promo, spamming or NSFW, avoid trauma dumping, do not do bad things to the PNG tuber, do not ask me to draw art requests unless I've asked for art suggestions, don't mention view count, let me know if there are any weird things to extreme. Can fix it, I appreciate you. Okay. Well, I was gonna ask her about the requests, but, you know, not ask her to draw one. I hope she can tell the difference. Alright, let's check to see on her. Dang it! She literally just went offline right as I was about to say hey. See, this is exactly why I check the streams before I raid. I'm so glad I did that. So let's refresh. Yeah. Yeah, I just barely missed her. So do we want to go for Margot Simone, or do we want to go for Casual Necromancy, or try to find something new? No, I don't know any other regulars here that grew up there. I know one other friend who grew up there who used to stream but doesn't anymore. Yeah, I left that town a long time ago, which is sad. I really miss it. I'd love to go back someday, but... like, you know, that's how it is. People tend to leave that town. Is there anyone in here that I would actually want to Raid 2. Oh, someone's drawing on Magma. You know what? We're gonna give them a shot. Okay, so Neon Luminous, I guess we're gonna try raiding them today. Let me make sure that they're here. Oh, someone sent me a suggestion. Wait. Yeah, it's a real shame that Dari didn't end up working. Wait, is this person offline? Did this person go offline right as I clicked on them again? Oh. Okay, let me check. Misabo-chan sent me a suggestion, so I'm gonna check that out real quick. I swear, finding raid targets is always a struggle. Yeah, Casual Necromancer's probably a good choice. Looks like the one Misa recommended me to is on BRB. I think we're just gonna go to Casual Necromancer. Everyone here knows Casual Necromancer anyway, so that's probably a good choice. That's probably the best choice anyway. Yeah, I like Michi. Michi has like 1 million viewers though, so I don't feel right rating her with my like 1 or 2 of us here. Okay, I'm just gonna start the raid. Pretty sure they're still here and still talking. I have too much music and TTS going on, I can't hear their responses. And they have their own music. I have 2 different music tracks playing now, plus TTS, so we're just gonna risk it. Let's go raid now. Thank you all for coming. I'll see you next time. Remind me to tell you about the Mothman next time.